I'm ready to get going. I want to see where this takes me. And continue. What were we doing? Oh yes, to the palace. I think... Did I still have money left over, or did I buy everything? Still got some money. Do I need anything? Guess, do I need any items? What do I got? I got some of those, I got some of that. Some revives would be nice, actually. Yeah. Now we are ready to continue.
The palace gate that leads to the foundation is blocked by a burly soldier. It doesn't look like you'll get past easily. You place your hand on your weapon, but before you can strike, Krim beckons you over to a different route. According to her, there's a hidden passage leading from the Maiden Shrine to the foundation. Beneath the edge of the shrine is an old door. Could this be the entrance to the hidden passage? You push open the door and descend the stairs dug into the very earth. The dimly lit passage seems to go on for miles. This place gives me the creeps, says Lack with a shudder. There are no ghosts here, so don't worry, Krim replies encouragingly. Though I can't say the same of enemy soldiers, you warn them. Then continue quickly on your way.
Okay. Time to explore.
Beneath the alabaster palace lies the foundation. Within the sunless corridors echo the sounds of writing, day in and day out. It appears a diary of sorts has been left on the desk. Within its pages, you read orderly lines of text that say the following.
Today I received a national decree. My mission is absolute, and one which I have no right to deny. Observation, day 5, no signs of self-awareness. Observation, day 11, transferred 2 self-aware persons to the classroom. This is like some serious NieR vibes right here. Hey Katie. Observation, day 20, received notice of how to deal with those who do not reach appropriate levels. So this is the difference between us and them.
Nothing further is written. You replace the diary atop the desk.
Yeah, that's some serious, like, Emil stuff going on right there. Okay, that's a wall, so I guess we go this way. Hey, an open door.
You see Lanka peeking out from behind the door. But something's not right about her. That's not Lanka, Krim whispers, her whole body trembling.
They're cloning maidens. Is what they're doing.
The mysterious girl then dashes off somewhere. You hear a soldier's voice from the other side of the door. You decide not to press your luck and leave the area.
An enemy appears. How are you doing today? Been a pretty chill Sunday so far. We went and got groceries, came back, ate lunch, and now we're playing this. Have a thunder. If you want to. Whatever you want to have for dinner, I don't care. Not bad. Been a good weekend. Been working on some stuff. Playing some Elden Ring yesterday. I might play it today, but we'll see. I know I told you not to let me play it yesterday because I was getting freaking triggered as hell, but it was a fun triggered as hell, so it all depends on what else I have to do later after stream. But it's definitely fun. I did not need you to crit that guy, but okay. I think I got everything set up for March, which I'll be talking more about in the next few days. Not rude. I have a deal damage to all button too. I feel like I recognize the name of that game, but I can't place what it is. I know I've heard of it before, but I've definitely never either I've never played it, and I don't think I've watched it, but somewhere I've heard of it before, and I don't know why.
The basket lies at your feet. What could this possibly be for?
Huh, interesting. I have to look that up later.
The maiden's actions are managed by national decree, the girl writes. The maiden is property of the city, the girl recites repeatedly.
Oh yeah, this place is screwed up. Okay.
The maiden's relic is more important than life itself, the girl transcribes.
Okay. Question.
Don't hold back.
Oh, never mind. It's actually knights this time. I thought I was gonna get more goblins and shit. I'm like, how are these guys down here? Sweet. We're gonna roll a 6. That's awesome. Let's paralyze you. Yes, please. Yeah. And a crit.
Fortune favors the bold.
Goal is to finish this today, but I honestly have no idea how far I still have to go, so we'll see. Had a feeling. Ooh, good. Another one of those.
At the end of the corridor, you find an open space that looks to be a small room. When you peer inside, not like anyone comes through here anyway, the guard grumbles as he half-heartedly surveys the area. I doubt he'd notice an intruder until they slapped him in the face, you say in astonishment.
Well, this is a new mechanic. Interesting.
You make it through the room without the guard
Krev.
noticing.
Hello.
Laddie's expression reads of relief. As soon as you leave the room, you hear the soldier say, "Time for lunch." He then promptly leaves the area.
I like this guy. Ooh, hard mode. We got 2 of them now.
Survey the area.
Ooh. Oh, I'm just gonna have to frickin' wing this.
Lanka should go first. Krim begins, then gasps and covers her mouth. "I'll go first," you say in the stead of a speechless somebody. Then take the vanguard.
That guy never turns down this path, right? Oh no, he's going back down immediately. Oh no, I can go here. Shit. Nope. No, I get caught there too. Here we go. That was annoying.
Thinking that you should be fine after coming this far, you let your guard down. When you do, you overhear the guards speaking. "Break time," they announce before heading off somewhere.
Dude, they couldn't have taken their break like 5 minutes earlier? Jeez. Oh, and then immediately an enemy appears. Why are there goblins and dogs down here? I don't understand.
Magnificent.
You know what? Actually, let me use this opportunity to do this. Was hoping he wouldn't do that, but okay. We've at least still had more health than I started with, except for her. Wolf, huh? Gourmand. I think. I have no idea how to actually say that word. I don't know what that word is. Among beasts will stop at nothing for the taste of flesh and often prowls alone. So it need never share its kills. Its favorite meal is adventurer flesh, seasoned with the bitter tears of fear and regret. Consequently, this is the one meal for which it will join a pack to obtain. I like that. Seasoned with the bitter tears of fear and regret. Ooh. We gotta love an AoE heal. Next floor.
A single corridor extends in front of you. Either side is lined with countless baskets, while
This
most
is not
are
creepy
empty.
at all.
There are a few in which you see a humanoid shadow. As you bring your face closer, the shadow does as well, then blinks its eyes. Whatever is within the basket is undoubtedly alive. Chills run down your spine, and you step away from the basket.
Cool. Got the paralyze. Gotta love critical heals too. Oh, whoops. I didn't actually pay attention to how much damage I was gonna do. I thought it would just kill. Well, I'm a dingbat. I mean, that's fine. I can just do this. That should kill. Or not. It's very resistant to water. Cool. Just die already, please. It missed. It's like that damn zombie. There, that'll kill. That'll really kill. Seriously? These guys are good at dodging thunder.
As you reach the bottom of the stairs, you see a group of soldiers. You quickly conceal yourselves in the shadows to take stock of the situation.
This is gonna be fun. Oh, and they gotta taunt me with a chest at the bottom, too. Where am I even going, actually?
Tighter than before, so you'll have to proceed with the utmost caution.
Let's see, is it past the chest? I guess over here somewhere. I'm going towards the chest. We all know that's what I'm doing. We'll see what happens here. Okay, you're going back. I don't know which way you go next. No, he saw me. Okay.
That guy is always slacking off.
Oh, maybe he didn't see me.
As he makes a run for you.
Oh no.
You flee.
He did see me.
Your legs can take you.
Try again. I didn't remember that he came back that way.
Somehow, you manage to shake off the soldiers. You'll have to watch their movements extra carefully so you don't get caught.
I don't remember where that guy goes next. Okay, he goes back up. Problem is, I gotta go this way first to get him to move out of the friggin' way. This way. Go back this way. This chest better be worth it. Probably necessary, actually. Let's see if I can get out of here now. Okay, I gotta go up. Gotta go over. I think I have to hide. Oh no, he came back. Frick.
Now, what are we supposed to do when we find an intruder again?
I thought he had one more space to go down.
He then readies his weapon and rushes at you.
Well, at least I have the chest? Question mark? I have the chest, okay. That guy, he's got one more space to go up. If I go up here, he'll be there. No, he'll come back down and see me. I have to go up here. But I have to go back down like I'm getting the chest first. Because I think I'm required to do it this way now. Oh no, I'm stuck here. Unless, can I like choose to not move? Yes, I can choose to not move. That's nice to figure out now.
You've successfully made it past the soldiers. Then, Lack starts to sniffle and snuffle, clearly about to sneeze. But Laddie swiftly covers its mouth and nose, stifling whatever sound threatens to escape. Lack, practically smothered by Laddie's hand, looks like it's having trouble breathing. Just then, you overhear a messenger informing the guards that they've found evidence of an intruder. All of them hurry upstairs.
Wonder if they'll give me even more complicated puzzle, or if that was the big one. Finn was barking like crazy, and now Beth is holding him, and he's just kind of resigned to his fate. Well, that was nice of them, just to start me out with 3 extra gems. I mean, we can just start with this, why not?
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Honestly? Paralyze them both? Yeah. That was a lot of damage. Explore this open area before I open any of the doors.
Magnificent.
One hit point left. Don't want to talk about what just happened there. I hate those freaking gargoyles.
Magnificent.
Treasure discovered. We'll go left. Big potion. This place is huge, actually. Jeez.
The door is shut tight. You see what appears to be a keyhole. You might be able to use the foundation key here. You insert the key and turn it. You're rewarded with the sound of the lock coming undone. The girl sobs. "I'll do my best," she wails. "So please, spare me." "If I become a maiden, will I forget this place?" the girl asks, then hands you something.
Okay.
"I wonder what my attendant will be like," the girl whispers as she spins in place.
What? How are there enemies in here?
Fight him off. "Please endorse me as the next maiden," she says, then offers you something.
Some weird shit going on here.
When you pull the key from the keyhole, it snaps in half.
Well, that sucks.
You won't be able to use this key anymore.
You
As
get better
approach,
keys.
The girl smiles at you gently, then bows elegantly. As soon as the girl sees you, she steps back and looks ready to cry. It appears she's scared of something.
Big heavy door that I don't think I'll be able to
On
get
the
into.
door, you discover a device with numbers on it. It looks like you need to input the right combination of digits to open it.
Okay, easy trash mob fights. Let's see what's up this way.
Through this door are the school depths. You can hear someone crying on the other side. That's Lanka, Krim exclaims. You and Krim both take a deep breath before kicking down the door.
D&D this shit. Just burst in there.
You've got more to do right now, and none of it in this direction.
You put a desk in there. I'm gonna go check the desk first. Come on, game. The game's just like, no.
You find yourselves in a dimly lit room. You feel the eyes of the shadows upon you. Lanka.
I know somebody else who feels the eyes of the shadows upon her.
Downcast. You saw everything, didn't you? She asks. You suppose she's referring to all the girls who look like her in this school, and the shadows that exude her aura. The Ivory Maiden tells you the truth of the city, which was locked away deep within her memory. This school is a maiden farm. It was established to churn out maiden after maiden, the linchpins of the island, to keep the city forever prosperous. Lanka despairs, saying that everything from her existence to her pride as a maiden were all manufactured by the city so that she could serve as a spare.
I may not even be the person you're looking for.
Dully, she points her blade at you, almost as if she wants to be hurt.
Magically, she has 150 hit points. Like, what the hell?
Guess you can't settle
Let's buff you. I doubt I can actually paralyze her, but let's try. I failed anyways. It'll tell me if she resists, though. Didn't say... Oh, yeah, it did. Okay, there it is. So... Now? Okay. Wow, it actually didn't roll high enough to give me the debuff. I'm amazed. She resists air too, okay. How do you feel against lightning? Okay, she just resists everything. What about light? Somehow doesn't resist light. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Anything to fix seal? I do. I only have one of them. Well, technically two, because I have that. Actually, not you. I want you to attack. You can unseal yourself. Ha, you missed. Should try fire. That's rude. At least we resist that, but that's rude. Fire. Actually, that was kind of effective. Not gonna lie. Water. Yeah, fire is still better. No, you dare. Well, she's just gonna be sealed now and not be able to do anything. That's fine. I shouldn't need her anymore. She can just charge. And that'll ensure I have enough, yeah, gems. Fire was 3, right? Yeah, so I can light here and then... Should... Oh, definitely after that crit, I should kill her with the fire. Well... I better kill her with the fire. Yeah. Oh, okay. We're replacing heal with heal plus.
You're Lanka. I know you are, Krim whispers as she holds the fallen maiden. Krim confesses that she's grateful to Lanka for spending time with a fool like herself and treating her kindly from time to time. She continues to say that she would serve Lanka of her own will, even if it went against national decree. You see the two acting like you've never seen them before. This time, Lanka is the one crying, as Krim comforts her. Having reopened their hearts to each other, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant reflect upon their newfound happiness. I must say, this was a splendid rescue, Lanka says, looking a little more like her old self, though her eyes are still red and puffy. You have successfully saved the Ivory Maiden. Now, to escape the school. If you make any noise, the soldiers will find you. You must flee as quietly as you can.
Few housekeeping items. First... Heal you. And then set up skills you. Rather have that. Okay. Now can I look at the desk?
Atop the desk, you find an evacuation route guide.
Haha.
It appears you can escape through the door going straight on from this room. Someone has scrawled the numbers.
There we go.
5731 at the bottom of the page.
Knew there was a reason that desk was there.
On the door, you discover a device with numbers on it. You enter 5731 and hear the door unlock.
I thought those things were weak to light. Exactly 17. I like having her back. I gotta go after her. That fire does so much damage. Okay, that's actually kind of perfect. Use this opportunity to heal a bit more. If I don't kill him now, he gets an attack, so just... Really? Right before the stairs?
Don't hold back.
You know what? Actually, let's just do this. That might kill at least one of them. Yep. That way only one gets to attack. Gets to attack everybody. It's bull. You know, that's fine though, because what I can do is do the AoE heal and then kill it. Crit AoE heal. Perfect. Roll back up to full. And then... stabby stab. It's like I planned that. Oh, I leveled up too. Cool. Ooh, ghosts, huh? Let's see what the ghosts have to say. These spirits have unfinished business on this mortal coil, and rely on the latent magic in the air to give themselves form in place of their fleshy vessels. Their ethereal vessels lack human intelligence and instinct, however, so they roam, the reasons for their earthly tethers long forgotten, attacking any human they see. There is no rest, even in death.
You open the door and find yourselves back in the city, bathed in white light. You rejoice, having escaped from the heavily guarded Foundation. After everything that's transpired, though, you know that the Ivory Maiden and her attendant cannot remain in the city. Lanka expresses a desire to travel the world with Krim. I think that's a great idea, Krim praises. Of course it is, Lanka replies somewhat bashfully.
Think there's anything else I need to do while I'm here?
You hear the shout of a soldier as you try to flee the city. Now that the Ivory Maiden and her ivory attendant are fugitives who know the city's secrets, the streets are flooded with soldiers looking to apprehend them. You're overwhelmed by the number of soldiers and are quickly surrounded. You have no recourse but to fight.
Bring it. Let's just start this off with the slicey slice. Get the gem pool built up a bit. Ha! No attack down for me. Okay, it's not gonna fail twice. Yeah, there we go. It never fails twice. It's fine, she really wasn't gonna be attacking much anyways. I don't need to do that yet. Hey, one of them's not attacking anymore. Wow, okay. You know what? I don't like you. Oh, and a crit. Oh. That guy no longer exists. He is a pile of ashes. Overkill.
Magnificent.
Or overheal. Whatever. This other person's about to not exist too. Aw. 2 hit points. Bye.
Congrats.
And look, we're all at like full HP now too. Close enough to it.
There seems to be no end to the soldiers who have been ordered to stop any further infractions of national decree. Your party is reaching its limits. You realize that you might all die here, but take this as proof that I lived, the Ivory Maiden says to Laddie as she hands over her maiden's relic. After briefly speaking to each other, the two rush into the crowd to save your lives.
We live by our own will. Oh, I get to just play as them now. Okay. That's a lot of attack and defense. I think this is intended to lose. Gonna try, but I think this is intended to lose, because holy shit. We'll see. Oh no. There's no way in hell. Ow. Yeah. There's no shot. They just had to actually show you that, like, really?
The sharp blades of the soldiers cut through the women. The two gaze at each other as still warm blood flows from their bodies, regardless of Lanka's origins as a spare. It's clear that she and Krim shared a bond of friendship that could never be replaced. You realize that if you don't move now, their deaths will have been in vain. You take Laddie, who screams silently at the death of her friends, and flee the city.
I'm gonna come back and destroy the city later. Like, going to destroy that whole place, and then we're going to rebuild it. I still need to figure out who does this song. It sounds like Goblin Slayer. Well, assuming we have one more maiden story to get through, and then whatever the end game is, I would imagine. Deal damage to all enemies and add value of 2 rolls to party's attack for 3 turns. Ooh, okay. I gotta figure out a place to put that. Oh, I got Lanka and Krim's flipside story. I'm sure that's gonna be messed up. Let's see. The Ivory Maiden, who resides in the Alabaster City. A splendid woman, she keeps the peace in the city, but the people take this for granted and do not appreciate her for it. She was accustomed to the cold of the underground and the cages and desks. When she was bathed in the blood of her and one of her only friends, it was the first time she came to know passion in her mind and body. A woman who works hard to fulfill her maiden's order, but fails often. She often thinks gloomily upon whether her punishment today will be a punch in the gut or a bone-crushing noogie. People have ignored her and called her a failure since the day she was born. The pain that the maiden gives... Check in. Thank you for resubscribing with tier 2 for 17 months. How you doing? Nice to see you. The pain the maiden gives her is proof that she lives and proof that she has a friend. That was fun. Hi, Krev. I guess you can do the thing if you want. You don't have to. I appreciate it nonetheless. Made me forget what I was doing. Gotta figure out a place to put that skill. That's 5 gems? Deal damage to all enemies. Oh yeah, I wasn't sure how far you had made it through. I don't know what... I mean... I guess I can get rid of Blizzard. I've barely ever used that. Yeah, let's get rid of Blizzard. Hello? Why wouldn't it let me? What is happening? I wasn't moved over far enough on the screen. Have you been enjoying the other one? What's next? To the east. They're definitely different. I think this one, it has more characters. Which I guess you, at least gives you more, variety in what's happening. And now we get 1,000,000 encounters while we go through the water. Okay, they gave me 1 gem at the beginning. I'm gonna try to just save up gems as much as I can and get, try that new ability. See what it does.
Magnificent.
Oh, I should have charged and I would have been able to immediately do it. Whatever, I'll just kill one thing. At least try to. Yeah. Mirage Burst.
Magnificent.
Cool. Event. That was a monster?
I don't know what it is, but there's just...
It can't go any farther that way.
Fight him off. Magnificent.
One. I hate that. Poke. Okay, can't go that way at all. Can I just run, please? Okay. So we're actually trying to finish this today. Doubt it's gonna happen though. Okay, so I can't go that way at all. Let's go over here. Nope. What happens if I start from here?
Ah, the great open sea. Huzzah! What an adventure!
Five, I will just fight it. Roasted lizard? Anybody? Okay, nope. Not there either. That's gotta be down here, though. Maybe. Oh, I found something. Because it's flipping over cards on its own.
The rush of the wind filling your senses, you open up the navigation map to check your current position and heading. In the eastern region of the sea, there is supposed to be an island with a maiden living on it. However, the present look of the skies makes it clear that those waters will soon be battered by a storm. You could still turn back now if you so choose.
I mean...
You change the ship's course to steer well clear of the storm.
But no.
The skies have an ominous cast. You decide to head for the East Isle. In the shadows of a rocky reef, there seems to be a good place to moor the ship. It would behoove you to prepare for the coming storm. The Bon Vent creaks, swaying atop the tempestuous seas. You and your companions huddle in the ship's cabin, the dim light of your lantern threatening to fade at any moment as you all wait for the storm to pass. Laddie is wrapped tightly in a blanket, looking much like a large caterpillar. Your joke that the ship might sink seems to have frightened her. You don't see Lack around, but it is likely trapped inside the blanket, having fallen prey to Laddie's squeezing hug. The ship lurches. A book falls from Laddie's pack and lands on the floor near you. It's the picture book she made, the one you peeked in back at the grotto. Having evidently learned nothing from last time,
Yep.
you decide to take another look in the book. There's just no winning against the power of curiosity, is there?
Nope.
As you turn the pages once again, you come to realize what the book actually is. At first you thought it was just a picture book, but the first half of it actually appears to be Laddie's own diary. It's full of passages which detail Laddie's life when she was little. A time when she still dreamed of becoming a maiden.
May 13. Oh, look at little cute laddie.
Another day, another round of maiden training. Dad is always there to encourage me when I do a good job, so no matter how tough it gets, I can handle it. I decided I'd head straight home once I finished, since Mom was waiting for me. If I train super hard, all the other villagers will be happy with me.
You look like you trained hard today. The village is at peace thanks to the maiden. You're going home? Come over and play sometime. Your smile fills me with joy, laddie. I like how the main character's house is just occupied house right here. I'm gonna go to it. The person who lives here is always on some voyage. Yep. That everybody? Yep. Okay.
I have to keep these people smiling. I have to become the maiden. Mom's the current maiden of our village, and she's a great cook.
She got some
and an
fancy
awesome
hair,
person.
too.
She's been making tons of really delicious food lately. The food tastes so good, and when I start shoveling it into my mouth, forgetting to even chew it, Mom warns me.
Laddie
"Slow
is
down so
Goku.
you don't choke." And then Dad calls me a piggy, even though he always eats more than me. I wish we could be happy like this forever. If I become the maiden and protect the village, will my family be able to stay together like this forever? I get really worried and ask my parents about it. Dad gives me a gentle nod, but for some reason, Mom doesn't say anything.
September 20.
Mom hasn't come home in a couple of days. Dad told me she left on a journey with the spirit.
Mom's not coming back. I can't cry. It's because Mom is a maiden. Because she protected everyone on the island.
I know what Mom did was really important, but for some reason, I can't stop crying about it.
October 8.
Ever since Mom disappeared, my training has been going bad. Really bad. If something doesn't change, I'm not going to be able to become the maiden. I won't be able to protect the village like Mom did. I leave the shrine to go home, when suddenly a young man from town bumps into me. Pain in the ass. His voice is irritated, and he walks away without apologizing. Ever since my training started to go badly, the villagers have been mean to me. I know it's my fault. I know it's because I can't become the maiden. Not even Dad supports me anymore. He hasn't come to watch my training in a long time. I think he might hate me now. I've got to work harder so Dad will like me again.
There is so much wrong with this situation. November 18.
Dad took me on a boat to a small island. We went ashore, and then he locked me up in a dark room.
Wow, okay. You're worthless.
Dad abandoned me. No matter how many times I tell myself it's my own fault, I just can't stop crying. I sob and scream for him to come back, but he doesn't.
Yes, he is.
And eventually, I can't cry or shout any longer. A sudden wave rocks the ship, tearing your eyes away from the diary.
Yeah, there's a special place in hell for people that do that kind of crap.
In the lantern-lit cabin, Laddie is fast asleep, still wrapped up in her blanket. You think back upon the first day you found her, collapsed on the shore of Omega Isle. Had she just escaped from the islet where she had been confined? and wound up drifting ashore? Now aware of the painful memories spelled out in her diary, your heart wavers like the light sputtering in the lantern. You and your friends have managed to weather the storm. The sea's now calmed. You raise sails and set the Bon Vent's course for the East Isle.
I haven't saved in a bit, so I'm gonna do that. Vent. Grab the chest.
Empty bottles, broken ornaments, and other useless odds and ends roll out. Your
Rats.
shoulders sink in disappointment. Just as you begin to sniffle, Laddie picks up something from the heap of junk and shows it to you with an elated smile.
Oh, nice. Never mind. Hold up. Yeah, no, you can have the Ring of Protection too instead of this lightning one. Yeah. Laddie, or, Black is so underleveled. Because you barely get to use them. Another one? That moved one square. Oh, this one had a monster in it. Shit. Somehow had 3 of them in it. Can I run away? Yes. I'm done fighting things on the open seas. Just get me to the island, please. Oh wait, shipwreck.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful.
I'll take that.
When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea.
Nice of it to wait for me to leave. There's the island. Frick. We'll try it. Just got it. Hey.
I don't know what it is, but there's just something so relaxing about this.
It's barely getting the runaways.
Oh, excuse me. You can't go into an island while you're still on your ship.
Oh, shush. There we go. It's like I gotta find the dock part. Now we just need to find wherever the city is. The hell are those? Bolt down. Okay. Well, Black's not doing anything else today. Oh, really? Expected to take more damage with that. Okay. Okay then. You hurt me, sir.
Magnificent.
Big ol' one. It resists wind. Okay. Oh, really? Just doesn't want me to have nice things. Weak to fire. Okay. Good thing to know about those crab things. Weak to fire. Oh good, Lack leveled up. So he's back to full. Okay, thought you couldn't step on that, but I wanted to make sure. Okay. I don't know what you are, so I'm gonna immediately do Wonder Stitch to try to debuff you. It failed. That sucks. You're gonna heal yourself. This is why I made you heal yourself. Really? Both gotta go after her? And then I'm sealed. Not sealed because it missed? Oh, thank God. How you do against air damage? Okay, it's neutral. But I got a crit too. We take those. Wonder Stitch you again. Please stop. The monsters on this island are not messing around. Okay, that one's paralyzed. Always nice when you get a crit when something has 4 freaking hit points left. It's like, come on. Love for him to get paralyzed out of this. Poison, I suppose, works. That actually makes me want to heal instead of just straight trying to kill him. That was a great miss. I absolutely love it. Haha, poison killed him exactly. It's like I planned that too. Like a chest back here? No, another shipwreck. Okay.
You've found a shipwreck. As you climb on deck, you spy someone else who evidently found it before you. He stands anguished in front of a door he claims leads to the treasure hold. He tells you that he can't locate the lever responsible for opening it. If only I had some sort of stick or something that fit perfectly into the slot where the lever was, I could get in. The man is searching around for something he can use to replace the lever that operates the door. You decide that if you come across a stick or rod that could help open the door, you'll come back and give it to the man. In the meantime, you bid him farewell.
There's trees right here, like how do I not have a stick? Okay, well, I know that's up there if it ever becomes relevant again. Is this not the right shore? No, it wasn't. It's just like the other island. All of that was just to find that. I gotta go down a little bit farther south to this shore. Immediately find an event with a monster. I should have known when I didn't find a dock that that was not the right place.
The East Isle, covered in dismal wetlands. Even the sea breeze blowing across the island seems suffused with melancholy.
The tale of the Onyx Maiden.
Upon docking, your party is greeted by sodden earth studded with decaying trees and greenery. You consult your navigation map for directions to the nearby village, then set out, taking extra care with your steps, lest unwary feet plunge into the mire.
More enemies?
And
I really don't want to fight them again. I need a 4. Okay. We're playing this like a real RPG now. Run away from all encounters.
this must be a stela of the Isle's guardian spirit.
Oh yes, I only need a 2 to run away. I can't fail that, actually.
You turn toward the wetlands, only to find that the area is riddled with monster tracks. Perhaps it would be better to steer clear until you have good reason to enter.
Okay, so I found out where I'm supposed to be going later, which means the city's down here. I would imagine. Somewhere? Maybe? Maybe it's sunk into the marsh itself? There it is.
That, I say. Away from here, beast. A villager waves his weapon about as he tussles with a monster. The man is clearly in danger. You decide to help him subdue the fiend.
Paralyze this one, and then I should be able to make sure I have enough things to do that other attack. Gems. Cloak you. Mirage Burst. That's a big number. Yeah, my attack's 35 now. Oh, okay. I'll take that.
Two fight as one.
Triple kill. Lack gained 2 levels there.
With the monster dispatched, the man approaches you and offers his thanks. He explains that recent months have seen more and more monsters attacking Fenmoss, so he has been patrolling the village daily. You inquire about Fenmoss's maiden, and he informs you that she is friendly with the village mayor. You decide to hurry and meet with him.
The game thinks that's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going shopping. And talking to people.
In the village of Fenmoss, a settlement forced into uneasy coexistence with the surrounding wetlands. An indescribable gloom creeps into the village from the swamp. Don't get your foot caught in the mire, the man warns. You glance down at his legs and see they're covered in mud from the knee down. Might be wise to listen to him.
A man who loves the village of his birth more than anything. All day long he hears the woes of his fellows and makes a great effort to resolve them, for that is his purpose in life. He loves his home so much that nothing that goes on within escapes his notice, like where the lady next door hides her secret savings, or the measurements of the girl he fancies. Creeper. Cool. 2 of the armor. Got anything cool? I got lots of money. I already have the protector sword. I could get the martialist garb. Yeah, we'll get it. Oh, cool, we got the blacksmith's flip side story now. I forgot you could get stories for them too. You just have to buy crap from them. And then you can put on the knight's armor now, I think. Yeah. The blacksmith, with a tender smile, his gentle demeanor and honest strength forged in his daily work, has won the hearts of all around him. In truth, he really can't stand talking to people. He thought he wouldn't have to as a smithy, but without the funds to hire a clerk, he's forced to handle customers personally. Isn't that a mood?
A man in black glasses looks out over the swamp.
There's no way you see anything out of those glasses, dude.
Dim indeed.
Dim, dim indeed. Because of your glasses?
The future looks dim with or without my glasses, traveler, he replies, negativity suffusing every word and shift of his countenance. This man, who radiates as much gloom as the wetlands around him, is the mayor of Fenmoss. He is also a researcher who has spent many years dedicated to the study of monsters. He explains that the monsters in the swamp have grown more and more active, causing great harm to the village. This development has left him utterly at a loss. According to the mayor, the Onyx Maiden has traveled northeast to the wicked wetlands to hunt the beasts. Hoping to borrow her maiden's relic, you decide to head that way as well.
Okay. But first, other people to talk to.
To hear this man tell it, the island wasn't always covered in wetlands. The transition happened quite suddenly. He mentions that his bags are always packed, lest he need to flee a sudden mire.
This man worked hard to accrue riches, but lost them all in a moment's deception. He has nothing save his beloved old horse. Caught in the throes of despair, he decides to take his own life. His beloved horse neighs, stopping him in the midst of the act, and the man weeps. Is his steed telling him to live on? What becomes of him next is for history alone to know. Okay then.
The maiden is the island's last hope, the old woman wails. Oh, the things the maiden has done for me. Why, any time I had a problem, she was there. The woman proceeds to rattle off a list of times the maiden had come to her aid. She clearly trusts in the maiden with every fiber of her being.
There was once a woman who professed to love all living things. None in her village had ever seen her so much as harm the lowliest ant. The woman's basement was filled with the writhing, reanimated corpses of countless animals. Forced back into life by magic, the beasts howled, begging for a quick return to the void of death. Okay. Happens to be the nicest lady ever, but necromancer. It's perfectly fine. Okay. We need some items from the item shop. Okay, so I know we definitely need unsealers. Give me 2 unsealers. Because, okay, I hit the button twice, so give me 3 unsealers. It's fine. Do we have any antidotes? I'll just buy 2 just in case I don't. We have some raises. Give me some of, like, 2 of these. Have some AoE healing. Honestly, I don't even need the Supreme. The quality ones are good enough. Okay. That should be good there. don't think the accessory shop's going to have anything I can even afford, but let's just check them out. Yeah, it's just the normal stuff. Shit, that would be nice, actually. The gemstone ring. Oh. Okay. Well, before I continue, I'm going to take a break because it's been a while since I've stood up. So, if you all will bear with me and give me a few minutes, get up, stretch yourselves, get some water, do all that kind of stuff. We'll be back in a little bit. Some other music on. Okay, I will be right back, everybody. I'm back. Okay. Away we go. Oh, that's kind of cool.
The wicked wetlands are a muddy,
Little water effects
craggy
everywhere.
hive of monsters. Passing adventurers meet their fate either at the bottom of the
So I just realized I made a horrible mistake. I should have
upon a
rested at the end.
monster's jagged fangs.
It's fine.
It's plain that there are a great many fiends lying in wait here. You try to focus in on your surroundings.
Here, it's not going to matter too much.
But a scream rends through the pattering rain.
After one battle, it's
Far
useless
from where
anyways,
you
so.
stand now.
Found him.
Worried that someone is being attacked by monsters, you rush to the source of the scream. You spot a man frantically trying to pull something from the marshy waters.
Recognize that art?
Desperation tinges every syllable of his shouts. Hang on, I got you. Your eyes move to the man's hand, and you see that he's holding another person's. Someone has gotten stuck in the bog and is sinking into it.
Help the person sinking into the bog by pulling on the card. Got her.
Now freed, the woman splutters and spits out mud. I'm
Splutters.
sorry this
That's a
keeps
word.
happening, she says. Perhaps she is accustomed to getting stuck in bogs. The pair thanks you for your help and then offers their names. The woman is Queenie, the Onyx Maiden, who wishes dearly to save this island. The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing on... The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing and worrying over the maiden's unfortunate constitution, you can only assume he is the Onyx attendant.
I just think it's so funny that they keep leaving the narrator's flubs in and then he redoes the line.
They explain they seek a rare flower that blooms here. Traveling through the monster-infested wetlands is terribly dangerous for only 2 people. You've come this far already, so you offer to accompany them.
Glowing butterfly.
As you plod and splosh your way through the mushy ground,
I don't like these
you
words.
come across a butterfly fluttering.
They're like
through the air.
moist. Plod and
It
splosh.
exudes an alien glow. The Onyx Maiden claims that this type of butterfly likes to drink the nectar of the rare flower she seeks. As you discuss this, the butterfly flies off, scales fluttering to the ground in its wake. You might be able to find your way to the flower if you follow the butterfly.
Follow the butterfly. If you know, you know, I suppose.
Wow, what a beauteous butterfly.
Okay, what do you guys got? You got a deal damage, deal 15 dark damage, add value of roll to attack and deal dark damage. Add 5 to the party's attack for 3 turns. Okay. Add value of 3 rolls to the attack and deal dark damage. Inflict deadly poison. And I started off with 3 gems. So that's awesome. Let's do this. Add 10 to own attack for 2 turns. 10? Wow. Deal attack plus 4 dark damage. Deal wind damage to all enemies. Deal attack plus bolt damage. Deal attack plus 15 damage to all enemies. That's nice. Okay, so that guy resists dark. Good to know. Oh, he has no freaking defense. Cool.
You did great.
Found the butterflies.
The butterfly hovers in the air, but there is no sign of the flower you seek. And now it's fluttered off again. This was, it seems, no more than a stopover on its journey.
More enemies. Oh no.
And fight.
I'll just start out with that, why not? Bump up that attack. Oh, those are weak to lightning, okay. I forgot. No poison for you. And you missed in general, so that's even better. Wow. The GM rolls are missing everything, that is weird.
magnificent.
I really need to heal him. Oh, that sucks.
Magnificent. The butterfly takes a little detour through some withered grass as it continues to flit through the stagnant air. The flower doesn't seem to be here either. Back on the butterfly's trail. And fight.
Glad that didn't roll higher. That would have been problematic. Yeah, they all have pretty low defense. Let's do this. Excuse me. Two of them are going to resist this, but I just want the AoE damage. It still did a lot of damage, so... Ow.
magnificent.
Oh, perfect.
Magnificent.
That's fine, you can inflict whatever status ailment you want that did no damage, so... Oh, well now it does, because freaking poison. However, it does 3 damage, and she heals 3 damage every round, so... get wrecked. And then he leveled up, so he's at full now too. We all came out ahead in that one.
Trudging through the soppy earth, you decide to ask the Onyx Maiden about the situation on this island. For generations ongoing, the maiden has failed in her ritual, and now the island is dying. Now its fate hinges upon the Onyx Maiden Queenie and her attendant Blight. You think on this for a moment when... Laddie loses her footing and flails about, close to tumbling over.
I want to save the day myself.
Don't let Laddie get all covered in mud, so you dive into the muck to catch her.
That was extreme.
But she flings her arms out to either side, regaining her balance last minute. Now you're wet and muddy for no reason.
Not like the main character doesn't actually deserve that.
As all this is happening, Queenie ends up falling too, despite Blight's best efforts to help her keep her footing. Mud cakes her face.
GG. Everybody failed on their acrobatics checks. That butterfly go? There you are. Of course, I found the enemy first. Wait, why is he first right now? That's dark damage. No, I don't want you to do that. I want the other guy to use his AoE. Or whatever their team skill was. I want to see what that does. Yeah, this. Yeah, this is... Damn, this is all enemies. That guy will resist dark, but still. I want to see this. Okay.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Let's get this guy out of the way. Rude. Who we got this time? That's actually a very good combo to clear the enemies out quickly. At least for that group.
Good work.
Damn straight, narrator. Frickin' butterflies. Keep running away from me. Just go find your flower already.
At the end of the narrowed path, you spy the butterfly fluttering away. Though you are now deep into the wetlands, the flower is nowhere to be found. You wonder if the butterfly is even headed toward it at all.
Probably not.
Your party has pursued the butterfly all the way to a clearing. The butterfly that led you here is resting its wings, perched atop a flower blooming in the center of the glade. There's the flower, Light's voice rings out, and with a few radiant particles scattered in its wake, the butterfly disappears. Or was it never there at all?
Examine the flower.
The flower blooming deep within the wetlands is a brilliant blue, a splash of color amidst the drab surroundings. With a gentle movement, Queenie reaches out a hand to pick it.
Uh-oh.
Suddenly, the ground beneath the blossom swells upward, and a huge monster shows itself.
I got chased by one too many things that look like that when I was playing Elden Ring yesterday.
Fight him off.
Okay, don't bother doing that attack. Does nothing. Okay, you guys are gonna need to chill. Oh. That is not chilling. Make me use 2 of these on a mid-boss. Come on. The problem I'm about to run into, though, is I'm gonna do this, and then they're both gonna immediately die again. Because I did that in the wrong order. So, they are weak to wind damage, maybe? No, they resist wind damage. Well, frick. I need you to not die, so... Well, now that it did that, though, you're still gonna die. As soon as they do an AoE lightning again. Oh, that's good. I almost want this to fail just so I can do it over again. Because I know a better way of dealing with this now. Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, the rolls just are not helping me either. You know what? That's fine. As long as you're not attacking me. They're all gonna do that, I'll take that. Literally all of them. Okay. Okay, don't use fire this turn. Really hoping that would crit. Let's pick him back up so he can die immediately again. Jeez. Okay. Traded one for the other. Cool. Okay, I can't miss this turn, but neither can they. Yeah, their defense is just too high. I just need one dead. They are weak to fire. Too bad I only have one fire move.
magnificent.
That's just what we need is the lightning resist down. He did. I need you to get paralyzed, please. This fight is as annoying as the one in the water place. You get the things get washed towards you when you open up the last door. I'll just charge so I can use fire on something and kill it. That's fine. That's not fine. Oh, he didn't die. Wow. Okay, you die, hopefully. Wait. No, don't do wind. Just kill it with dark, please. Heal him. That was needed. That crit was important. Everybody healed back up, since that guy's no longer paralyzed. Get enough gems so I can definitely use fire on him. That's fine. Couldn't just die, could you? That was a fight. Remind me I need to buy revives when I go back to the city. I have one left. That was a lot of experience. And all the gold I got from it is going towards revives.
The sound of Blight's lightning attack rips through the rainy bog, striking the monster dead on.
That's not how I killed it at all, though, narrator.
Its carapace pierced. The monster sinks
Carapace?
back into the swampy muck.
Thought it was carapace.
Stillness returns to the wetlands, and the patter of rain is audible once more. The Onyx Maiden takes the blue flower gently in hand. She explains that this flower is actually a medicinal herb called clockweed. Apparently, it is used to heal wounds, and is even said to turn back time for the human body, though the truth of that claim is uncertain. Sensing another monster fixing its gaze upon your party, you lead everyone back to the village. All the while, you find your attention drawn to the maiden's murmuring, drowned out though it is by the sound of the rain. This flower, buy more time.
Relic upgrade. Oh yeah, I bet I fulfilled the requirements to get that. Jeez, that fight was something. Where's the land crab? Let's see what you gotta tell me. You. These docile creatures abhor conflict. Yeah, sure. Okay. As such, they plant any and all manner of flora on their back in an effort to better camouflage themselves. So committed are they to conflict aversion that they dare not complain when the plant life on their back turns parasitic, leaching nutrients from their body. Okay, that's a life. That is a choice to make. I'm curious about something.
A man stands in front of the shipwreck's treasure hold, searching for a stick of some kind that might serve as a replacement lever to open the door.
I was wondering if her sword, since she was with me now, could do it. That is not correct.
As you enter the village, a number of the locals rush your group, shouting, "Welcome back, dear maiden." The villagers express their gratitude for her monster hunting, as well as their delight at the maiden's safe return. The Onyx Maiden, bringer of hope to the village, appears to be quite beloved by its people. Once the villagers are out of earshot, you once again ask the Onyx Maiden to borrow her maiden's relic. She is at a loss for a few moments, but then informs you that she has something she'd like to show you. She guides you to the Maiden's Shrine.
Okay. Couple things first. First we go here.
You enter the inn. The innkeeper looks at you with a blank expression. "Rest wherever you want, whenever you want. It makes no difference," she says, the words almost dribbling from her lips. "No point in making money if we're all gonna die anyhow," she continues,
Wow.
resigned to her supposed fate.
Okay, we just pretend like that never happened. And hope we don't have to use those anymore.
"I shall allow you to borrow my relic," the Onyx Maiden says, rendering you speechless. She continues on, revealing that she is actually trying to abandon her maidenly duty. But as far as you can tell, she seems to be giving her all for the sake of the village. Why then does she want to quit? If she fulfills her mission, the island will be protected. Is there something even more important than that? As if to answer your question, Queenie slowly closes her eyes. And then... when the light subsides
okay.
and your eyes regain focus,
that is not what I expected.
You see Queenie, and there is a bulge in her abdomen. The Onyx Maiden is pregnant. She explains that she's been using medicine made from the clockweed to keep her pregnancy hidden all this time. She has dedicated her life entirely to the protection of this island and performing the maiden's ritual. But giving birth means her child, too, will be burdened with the same destiny of sacrifice. She wants to protect her child. That is her only wish. And she conveys it to you with all the agony of confessing a heinous crime. You can appreciate now why the Onyx Maiden wishes to abandon her duty. But will the villagers accept her decision? Queenie's anguish is plain to see as she runs a gentle hand over her stomach. Blight seems equally distraught as he holds out an arm to support her. It is not hard to imagine who the father of this soon-to-be-born child is. The anguished cries of the maiden, the last hope of a village facing oblivion, echo out in pain. The Onyx Maiden is laid upon a bed in the Maiden's Shrine. Word of her condition spreads, and the villagers are unable to hide their agitation.
Okay then. Like I said, did not see that one coming. This game's thrown some weird shit at me. That was unexpected.
All this time you have spent crossing the islands, Laddie has desperately sought to become a maiden. But now, having heard that Queenie wishes to abandon her own duty, she seems conflicted. It seems that all the while Queenie used the clockweed to keep her condition secret, the child in her belly kept growing. The attendant divulges a little of the Onyx Maiden's feelings toward the impending birth. Over the long years of their relationship, stretching back to their childhood, Queenie has suffered misfortune aplenty. Through all that, never has she wished for anything except a safe birth for her child, whatever it takes. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and the village mayor enters the shrine, gasping for breath. The monsters of the wetlands are amassing for an attack on the village.
Well, crap.
Fighting them off with Queenie confined to bed will be next to impossible. Your group decides to head into the wetlands and launch a preemptive strike on the Fiend's Nest where they're gathering.
Where's this Fiend's Nest? Oh, it's in the Wicked Wetlands. Go back here.
The rain falls in sheets. You spy the telltale signs of monsters between the drops, and in far greater numbers than before. Blight's eyes shine, and you can tell he wishes for nothing more than to protect his maiden. He advances, unbothered by the presence of the monsters. You forge onward through the wetlands to where they gather, at a place called the Fiend's Nest.
I'm assuming that's gonna be in the place that I haven't gone to yet over here. Possibly. It's either up there or it's down this path. Or there's a chest down this path, or there's not a path. Never mind. Nope. We're here? Nope. What about this corner? Big nope. Okay. So here. Aha. On the chest.
Fight him off.
If I don't want to. Increases chance to evade attacks. Can I give what's-his-face a ring, or can I not? I can't remember if you can give them rings. I think you can. I just never have, because it never made sense. Yeah, you have, like, no defense, so here, get higher evasion. Gotta love when that says succeeds on a 2. Okay, that was actually... Back here was just to get that chest. Okay. Must be here then. I'll take my chances on a 3 too. That would have to be a very bad roll to get a 3. I would get less than a 3. Gotta get snake eyes. That's nice. It's an Omni, Asuna, essentially. Okay, it's gotta be this then. Somewhere up here. Yeah, here it is. When the game warns you to save, you save. There's no auto-saving beyond this point, apparently.
You come upon a thronging nest of monsters in the innermost recesses of the wetlands. Every monster in the place has its eyes fixed firmly upon the intruders. That is, you.
Big angry guy.
They roar in unison and begin to march forth. Their destination is clear. Fenmos. The village is in grave danger. You mustn't let a single one of these beasts escape. You grip your weapon tight, ready to do battle.
Mid-boss rush. Oh, I have moves. The number displayed in the upper left of the screen decreases with each step you take. When it reaches 0, the enemies move a set distance. When the enemy is done taking action, you will be able to act once again. If any monster reaches the exit of the nest, the game is over. Okay.
Oh boy, don't let a single one escape.
They've added some new mechanics towards the end of this game that the other game I don't remember having. It might have had like a remaining moves thing, but it wasn't like this. I mean, I guess she's closest, so... Our way. Can't do diagonals, apparently.
A monster lurking in the depths of the nest rears back. Its massive bulk puffing up as it inhales deeply. It looks like it's getting ready to do something, and whatever it is will be headed your way.
How about no?
You and your comrades stand firm in the face of the monster, readying your weapons. Don't hold back.
Wish I remember what these ones were weak against. Just do this, just to hit them both. Not bad damage. At least they didn't resist it. This will always be helpful. Take one of them out of commission. you dare. Mother. Okay. I'm gonna waste a thing to unseal her on this battle. It's not worth it yet. I will use her turn to heal him, though, with a potion. Assuming I don't kill here. Actually, I will kill her here. It's fine, I can just heal him outside of battle. At least I think I can. Unless they disabled that too. Oh, we have the Imp's story to look at too. Brief intermission. Never take this creature's hand, no matter how closely it resembles the figure of a human woman. Their bloodlust is insatiable, and you will not be spared. Women in whom monsters have sown their seed are driven from their homes. In secret, they survived. These are the shadows of those unions. Well then. Owned cards, items. Oh, I'll just give you a little one for now. We'll be fine. I assume that'll be enough to at least prevent him from getting one shot. We'll see.
The hulking beast bellows a blast of burning flame in your direction.
Rude. Giant monster will attack you every 10 steps you take. Okay.
Whoa, danger everywhere you look. You gonna be able to handle this?
Yes, I'll be fine. Just make sure nobody has less than 5 HP every 10 turns.
And fight.
No. I'd rather kill one. It was a good miss. That was a fantastic person to attack. Yes, keep attacking the person who heals every round. Generate gems equal to the value of the roll. Also adds 5 to attack for 3 turns. Interesting. We want that. You know what? Actually, we do. Get rid of air thrust. That could come in handy. So as long as you roll above a 3, you've at least, yeah, you've gotten back the gems. And then you could get more, plus you get the added attack. Depending on how the turn order happens and the gems that are available, that could be really helpful. I mean, honestly, like right now, I should just use it to start with. And then I got an extra gem. And then I'll actually have 5 gems, because I'll get a gem after his turn's over, too. Oh, double 6s. Holy shit. That's what you need on a boss fight, like the actual boss fight.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Nine. Kill him. By a lot. Honestly, just base attacks are gonna kill.
You did great.
Oh, great. There's more?
Perhaps deciding that the ones slaying its kin are a threat. The massive beast that seems to be the master of the nest charges your way. At the same moment, more monsters appear from the shadows of the wetlands and begin moving towards the village. No matter how many enemies there are, you must stop their advance to the village. You and your comrades take deep breaths and prepare yourselves to face the monsters once more.
The gargantuan monster has started its own advance. You ought to be spared its fiery ranged attacks now. Well, that's good, I guess. I guess I gotta go after the one that's closer, right? Okay, good. I'm glad he did that L move. That helps me. It's like a bad game of chess.
Don't hold back.
Let's try this. Good. Don't ever do that again against those, but at least it crit. See if I can stun one of them. Prick. Ah. Nice. They both dodged. That was fantastic. Ow. Okay. I'm actually happy he didn't die, to be honest. Hopefully I'll come out, because I crit there, I should come out on the positive when he hits me again, at least. Except he hit him. Okay, so that was a bigger problem, but whatever. I'll just heal him outside the battle. I did not expect that to happen. But he has no defense. Just give you these. The normal salves are going to be useless in battle anyways. Random 10 HP is not going to help normally. Oh, nice. Good. Good, good, good. It's fine. Glad he didn't attack me with that attack number anyways, because holy crap.
Excellent. Good work.
Oh. So I want that. Yes, I have another move that costs less gems to possibly inflict paralyze. No, it's not what I wanted to do at all. Game. This menu is finicky. Bring it, big lizard thing.
The Nest Master's monstrous bulk trembles as it menaces your party. Steel yourselves, says Blight. As if in defiance of his determination, the massive fiend lets loose a terrible roar.
I'm gonna assume this thing you can't even paralyze anyways, so that one attack wasn't gonna help me. You normally can't paralyze bosses.
Whew, you've come this far. It's time to win.
Extra dark damage, okay. If that's the case, we will do this. Weak to dark. Fantastic. Yeah, we might as well. Yeah. I'm gonna have 6 gems out of that. It's fantastic. And then you... I mean, do I bother with that? Could do this. Oh yeah, I do this and I get my attack stat up even farther. Yeah. Yeah, we do that. Yeah. Another 5 to everybody.
Two fight as one.
That was disgusting. He ate her. Oh, I love that happenstance card. Easy mode when that kind of crap happens. Eat more dark damage, thank you. And you... how many I got? See how you do against fire. This is just a strong attack anyways, so... yeah. Dark and fire. Dark and fire, and then you heal yourself. It's fine. Okay, don't use fire. It's next round. Fantastic, crits. Extra 10 damage. Is to not waste the gems. Just have you do that. You do that. Oh, I just replaced the attack up. That was stupid. I thought they would stack. Oh, I learned. Hey, the game gave me what I expected anyways. Cool. We power charge again. Actually. Oh, damn. I rolled a 1. It's fine. I've already got him down 99 HP, so... and we haven't really been in trouble yet. got these, might as well use them. I can buy more probably after this. I don't think anybody's at risk of dying. Oh, never mind.
Yikes.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to waste your turn with this dark damage with your extra attack right now, so you attack. Frick. Okay, now we're backpedaling a bit. Since that didn't hit, you do this, and then I'll raise. Thank God that missed. The raise. Need at least 2 gems for her to cure herself. I can use these 3 and I'll get 1, so I'll have 2. Okay. Oh yeah, the crit. Not necessary for that to crit, but okay. Wish you got like extra temporary hit points. The misses. I love it. Ooh, extra dark. Cool. Too bad his strength buff's gone, but extra dark. We take that. Below 100. Just do the damage. You give him sharpness, so he can do the dark damage. Of course I rolled a 1, but at least it's something. You really like eating her, don't you? Of course, they give him defense. Yeah, you're right. I don't like it, but you're right. See, that crit was good. Because now I'm back up to full.
Magnificent.
And there he goes again. Yeah, the AI is programmed to eat the healer. Oh no, I still got the buff from her, so we won't do that quite yet. Nice.
Fortune favors the bold.
I'd be curious if I actually have the AI in a loop right here. If I keep her at full, I wonder if he just always attacks her. Nope, he does not. But he didn't eat, he just attacked, so... Oh, that was a great crit. Fantastic.
Magnificent.
So was that. That does it. Cool. I was expecting to have to do one more round.
Good work.
It's a lot of experience. It actually went a lot smoother than I was anticipating when I first saw the thing.
After a fierce battle, the great fiend finally collapses to the wet earth in a spill of green ichor. At the death of their leader, the other monsters lurking about all withdraw at once. Marvelous. You have managed to save Fenmos from the danger it faced.
Okay, we go back to Funmoss. I'm glad I didn't fail that because that would have been a bitch to retry. That would have been, we're finishing the game after March. Not even gonna lie. This glutton of the monster kingdom has no self awareness or motivation beyond devouring everything in front of it. To encounter one is to have colossally bad luck. Should you be devoured, you'll be digested slowly along with everything else it has eaten. I suppose I should count myself fortunate that my wife and I are here together. It's a sarlacc. I have a lot of money. Cool. We go buy stuff.
The village's crisis is averted. You and your friends make your way back to Fenmos to check in on Queenie. No sooner do you pass the threshold back into town than do the villagers surround you as though welcoming home great heroes. You inform the mayor that you've wiped out all the monsters, and though he seems momentarily delighted at the news, he also seems terribly flustered. This isn't the time for that now. You start to worry about Queenie.
You damn men are useless.
A village woman comes running and barks angrily at the assemblage. She explains that Queenie is going into labor, which might explain the men's panic at what they ought to be doing.
They're all just like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
You there, come along and help. Without waiting for a reply to her demand, the woman drags Laddie off. Difficult though it may be right now, all you can do is pray for Queenie and the child's safe delivery.
Okay. Before we check on the villagers, do I need to buy anything? Let's buy a couple more potions for future since I did burn through a lot of them. I don't think I burned through much of anything else that I need. Let's get like 5 more of these. Let's get 2 more of those. Come back and buy more things if we... Oh, actually, no. 2 more of these. That's 3 more. I always forget it starts you with 1, so I always click more than I need to. And then there was a ring that I wanted, too. The ring will be very helpful because it gives you more gems at the start, which means I don't have to wait to use better abilities. Pretty sure I wanted to give it to you. I don't remember what you were wearing, so I'm gonna check that in a second.
He was wearing the Ring of Protection too.
Okay. If he was wearing the Ring of Protection too, remind me. Well, I don't know. I might use that on someone else later. We'll see. Is there anything here that I needed? Got that. Could buy another one of these for Laddie. I'm pretty sure she can wear it too. We'll wait till she's back in the party. Okay, talk to the people.
Guess all we can do is wait, says the man regretfully. Blight is restless, his mind clearly abuzz with worry for Queenie. Queenie's voice echoes out of the maiden shrine. You hope she can endure the pain. The mayor gazes out at the swampy surroundings, murmuring to himself. To think that the entire village would come together for the sake of a new life.
Isn't that kind of what a village is supposed to do?
He looks as though not doing anything makes him uneasy, and busies himself giving bits of food to the bird perched atop his rucksack. A baby's cry cuts
Yay,
through the
baby.
silence, breaking the village from its tense reverie. Time, which felt as though it had frozen, begins to tick away once again. Faster than you can let loose a sigh of relief, Blight takes off in the direction of the maiden shrine. The baby's here. You rush after the amative attendant to the maiden shrine. The newborn's cries echo through the maiden shrine. The villagers present for the birth have weary but happy expressions on their faces, and they wipe the sweat from their brows. Laddie sits in a heap on the floor, as though unable to stand, seeming dazed from helping with the birth. Though she looks tired, she flashes you a proud smile, as if to say, "Can you believe it?" Truly a blessing. Truly. An elderly woman's eyes are filled with tears, as though the newborn were her own child. The midwife breathes out her tension. Stars above, what a relief. Blight asks timidly, Is the baby? A young woman hands him a cloth-wrapped bundle.
Baby.
Perhaps because he has finally felt the weight of his own child in his arms. Blight's expression cracks, and he begins to weep, overcome by emotion. Such a relief, he says. He repeats himself several times as he walks over to Queenie and shows her the child's face. As though having just fought a fierce battle, Queenie's face is lined with exhaustion and covered in sweat. Though her expression is somewhat pained, she looks at her child with a smile of deepest affection. The Onyx Maiden and her attendant have named the child Melanie, a word from the language of spirits, meaning eternal happiness.
Interesting. Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Play the first game. We'll just say that. I don't know, but play the first game.
With a tear-stained face, Queenie gently inclines her head to her exuberant attendant. But then the strength seems to seep out of her.
Who knew?
With those final words to her two most beloved...
Why does this always happen? This is like a Disney movie, you know?
The Onyx Maiden's eyes close for the last time. With its only maiden lost, this island is surely destined for ruin. As you prepare to sail away, you notice that the island is submerged just a bit more than it had been when you arrived. Almost as though the ocean is trying to swallow
Yeah, I should
it
have bought
up
that while I was in there.
now that it's bereft of its maiden. When you part ways, Blight hands the now useless maiden's relic over to you. You are hesitant to accept, thinking he might want to keep it as a memento of his beloved. Only when he insists, saying, "Don't lose your home. Don't lose your island," are you persuaded. The Onyx attendant then heads homeward, vowing to make Melanie's life a happy one.
Yeah, there ain't no way in hell that's not connected.
Monsters run rampant across
Considering the
sinking
character arc.
lands. The people of Fenmoss remain beset by numerous hardships. From aboard your ship, you watch the East Isle shrink into the distance. Eternal happiness. You pray that is what their future holds.
Hopefully I can. I'm pretty sure I can buy that chess piece somewhere else. Ooh. Deal attack plus 20 light damage to all enemy. Adds 5 to party defense for 3 turns.
You have finally gathered the 4 relics, one from each of the maidens you have met on your journey. Laddie's maiden preparations are complete, and Lax celebrates by twirling in the air. The time has come to see your mission fulfilled. You make your way to the Spirit Spire in hopes of saving your home.
Okay. Some housekeeping stuff before that happens. The Onyx Maiden's warm heart never falters under the threat of monsters and encroaching wetlands. As such, she is much beloved by her villagers. In spite of her heartfelt wishes, there is no shortage of those who hate the monsters and the dragon-like Onyx spirit who cut short the maiden's life. The Onyx attendant has been proficient with magic ever since he was a child, and has known the maiden just as long. He's made a quiet vow to use those powers to protect her. He swore to protect his and the maiden's child with his life, even if that means turning to ancient magics long forbidden in the village. Ho ho. Okay, so... No, I haven't been using Grand Slice very often, actually. How do I move these skills? Jeez. 6. Jeez. Well, keep it up there. See if we can ever actually use it. The ring will help, that's for sure. Yeah, I need to go get another martialist garb. Let's go back to the city. Where are we? Wait, I can just fast travel here, can't I? No. Why can't I fast travel? Where is my island? Yeah, go to Omega Village. One other thing I want to look at too. Missing whatever that is and whatever that is. Yeah, I like him better with this protector sword. The knight halberd, though. It's fine. I'd rather have Laddie get the armor. If they have the armor. They have everything here now, actually. So I could get her frost mail, which slows her down. Her defense goes up to 20. Knight's chainmail doesn't change her defense at all. Yeah, the protector's garb's just a straight upgrade on everything. The defense goes down, yeah, but the speed and the attack are gonna be what is most important to me. So. And now we are broke. I could sell some stuff, but I don't need the money at the moment. I'm assuming there's going to be more battles, and this isn't just about to end. I'd be disappointed if I was incorrect.
Your adventure began when you met Lack at this very altar. The self-proclaimed spirit told you that Laddie could become a maiden if you brought all the maiden's relics back to this spire. The memories of the other maidens now reside within the relics as pure light, according to Lack. Only a single heart scar remains. You need only heal it with the relic's light.
Back to the heart.
With the sound of Lack's familiar chant in your ears, you once again enter the heart's domain. You see a door within the blinding light. Not long after, you hear a voice. Beyond the door lies Laddie's unconscious mind, the voice says, though you have no idea what that means. The voice then delivers a warning. A half-hearted attempt will only end in heartbreak.
Still see what lies beyond the door. Yes.
The sound of a begrudging sigh fills the air as the door opens.
Pass through the door and make for the land of woe.
The mysterious
There I will.
voice echoes in your head as your consciousness fades. When you awake, your mind feels hazy, and you find yourself wondering what that voice from earlier was. Laddie, noticing your distant gaze, looks at you in concern. You recall the voice telling you to make for the land of woe. With no other leads, you decide to do as it says. After healing multiple heart scars with the help of the Maiden's relics, Laddie's heart's domain is starting to return to normal. As you gaze around, your eyes become transfixed on an area in the east that is still shrouded in black. Suddenly, the Onyx stela begins to move and goes off into the distance. I think the land of woe is that way, Lack says. You decide to put your faith in its words and chase after the stela.
Okay. How do I get over there? I have to go up and around that way? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, how many of these are we gonna be able to run to just so I can get to the cool part of this? I'm over trash mobs. Yup. That thing's ugly.
You manage to catch up with the Onyx stela. Just where do you think you're going, you ask, as you give it a tap? When the stela transforms into Queenie and Blight.
Unexpected.
Queenie, who appeared on her head for reasons unknown, tumbles
What?
to the ground with a yelp. A concerned Blight helps the maiden sit up. It seems she can't shake her misfortune, even in this world. But you know that the Onyx maiden died in childbirth. You suppose that these two are just illusions made by Laddie's heart.
They gonna fight with me? Fantastic. Okay. We're gonna see if I can give them some rings then. Hold up. Particularly this motherfucker who has no defense. Ring of protection. There you go. You have a ring on? No. Just give you the Ring of Evasion. Then you have the healing one, then you have the gemstone. Okay. I'm happy they gave me more people back. I didn't want to really do that with Lack, to be completely honest.
The land of woe is an abyss of anguish. It is a pit of darkness into which sink her deepest, darkest desires. My, what a curious little desire you have with you, an elderly woman remarks. Something about her strikes you as strange. Lack, suddenly on the opposite end of that woman's stare, angrily retorts, "My name's not Desire." The woman explains that the queen has ordered all her subjects to keep black shadows called Desires as pets. Only with greed can you proceed, she tells you, before mysteriously vanishing. Her enigmatic words leave you with nothing but questions. To find answers, you know you must explore the area for yourself first.
Okay. Before I continue through here, I'm going to take one more break. It's time to feed all of the mongrels. And they get loud and angry if we don't feed them on time, so I will be back momentarily. Okay. Let's get back into it. Okay, can't go that way. Wow. It's the first time I ever rolled a 2 to escape and needed the minimum of 2. Got a 3 that time, jeez. Another Ring of Protection 2. Do I give that to her instead of the evasion ring? Your evasion's 16. So it'll be 15. The Ring of Protection will... Yeah, actually, no. Take that. Maybe we can run away from everything until I get to the required fights. So far, yes. Person.
You see an elderly man devouring what looks to be a feast. Behind him looms a dark shadow. He then looks at Lack and licks his lips. Ah, you'll make a fine dessert,
Rude.
he murmurs hungrily.
Is an actual required battle now? Huh, it might not be, actually. Look at their health, though. Yep, okay, this one's required. Light damage to all enemies. Yes, go. Sure. Just nuke them all. Damn it. Feels bad when you roll less than a 3 on that. I was hoping I'd be able to do the light attack again. By doing that, I should have just charged. That would have guaranteed it. It's fine. Just heal him.
Magnificent.
Ha!
The shadow melts into your body. His desire gone, the man begins to drool. Your greed is insatiable, he spits in disgust.
So that was Glutton. take one step off of the required fight and get an encounter. Just big no. Yeah, big no. Okay, it's done with that room. Chest back here? Nope, purse.
You see a man lazing about. Behind him looms a dark shadow. Just leave me alone, would you? He says, trying to shoo you away.
This is a fantastic... having that ring and this ability is... and Herb going first is just amazing. It's amazing that those guys aren't actually weak to light, though.
Magnificent.
I hadn't used this attack yet, so I was curious.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
It's guaranteed to die when the deadly poison happens. Ooh, curse. Not gonna matter.
The shadow melts into your body. His desire gone, the man squats down in place. Damn, you're greedy, he sneers. You hear what sounds like a lock coming undone. Perhaps a door has opened somewhere.
Ah, so a door I hadn't found yet opened. Just gonna assume it's this way.
Hope you win.
Gonna run away, so yeah.
You see a man holding a mirror, fussing with his hair. Behind him looms a dark shadow. Once he notices Laddie at your side, he grows angry. How dare you walk beside a woman, he rages.
It's just a lovely opener.
Fortune favors the book.
Okay, didn't need him doing anything else either. Anyways, he dodged it. Or he resists, just in general. I'll take it. I'll take just resisting being sealed. No. No. Heal him. You just kill this. Haha. I was gonna be like 9 more, please. Did 10 more.
The shadow melts into your body. His desire gone. The man glares at you with disdain. Greedy jerk, he scowls.
When was the gazing? I don't even know. This guy? Yeah. Watching kids climb trees and explore caves and whatnot makes me want to go on an adventure of my own. All these adults stop me and tell me it's too dangerous. I guess I'll just stay right here until I die. Extreme, but okay.
Show him what you got.
Nope. I run. This monster's not worth my time. Still haven't found that door.
A woman looks inside of her wallet and sighs. Behind her looms a dark shadow. The woman turns to you and exclaims, "I am sick of being poor." The shadow behind her then leaps at you.
I would risk it, but I just want to do that attack again. I was gonna use the one that could get me more gems back, but I was probably gonna fail that. Yeah, he needs to die immediately. Luckily he will with this. That might kill them. Yep, cool. And Laddie leveled up, so means I don't have to heal her. Skill acquired. Generate 1 gem at the start of battle. So now I'll have 5 gems at the start of battle. That's a skill. She just knows that.
The shadow melts into your body. Her desire gone, the woman glares daggers at you. How greedy can one person be? She asks with a scoff.
Well, I was told to be as greedy as possible, so... Oops. Clicked off the game. Closed it on my screen. Or minimized it, I should say. Oh, is it this guy? Yeah. Laughter's contagious. If I want to induce giggle fits in everyone else, first I must work on making myself smile. Strange. Everyone's laughing but me. Guess it isn't so contagious when it's contemptuous? Ugh. Another word that I have trouble saying. Add that to the list, because there are a lot of them. So make sure there's nobody skulking about over here. There is. Okay. I have a feeling the more people you grab out of this, the better, because it unlocked the door after 2. And I know where the door is. But at the beginning it was just like, be as greedy as possible, so I want them all.
A familiar knight and young girl face each other, their desires beside them. You recognize the pair as the Crimson Maiden and her attendant. It looks like they're making their desires do battle. My desire is the strongest, Lavia shouts, getting fired up for the fight. It certainly looks very tough, Queenie remarks, praising the other maiden's desire. Lavia blushes and rubs her nose bashfully. Apparently, she's not used to getting praised. Behind the 2 maidens, Gladio's desire claims an easy victory.
Oh, I didn't even have to fight them. That was just a thing. Okay. Any other random corners I haven't gone to? Okay. Door's definitely this way, yep.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens. The shadowy desire suddenly leaps at you.
I love that she heals herself too. Especially if they're gonna do that shit. I still should heal her with Laddie, probably. Eh, maybe him. You know what? I'd rather have that guy chill out or not, because I failed. Get one of these. Then I can do this. Since they're weak to wind. Kill that one. Kinda hoping this doesn't kill. But we'll, if it does, it's fine. Cool. Oh, and he leveled anyways. It would have been fine if that killed.
Just as the shadow dissipates, you hear a door unlocking in the east. It sounds like a new path has opened.
I just got up here, though. Okay, serious, I need the repel in this game now, please. It'd be different if I wasn't... I'm assuming it's level-based. Okay, we're finally getting... I have a 4. This floor... The floor before was 2, so it was guaranteed to run away. Like, if you have a guaranteed chance to run away, just don't spawn the encounter. I don't... Like, I just don't want to do the encounter. It's not where I meant to click.
Your hand is repelled the moment you take the handle. It seems you won't be getting past without defeating another shadow.
Yeah, not that door. So that's what it means by be greedy. You have to get a certain number of shadows per doors, or per floor to unlock the doors. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna run away from that guy. Even though this, well, this is multiple light XP. No, never mind. Doing the fight. Especially because he's weak to that. Makes this fight really easy. You just die, so you don't have a chance to attack. And depending on what this thing's speed is, might be able to kill it before... It's weak to dark, right? Or no, it's weak to light. I'll do this one anyways. Yeah, good, we're faster. Cool. Nothing was lost there except for a little bit of time. And we get double experience. Oh, it was low experience anyways. I forgot that that's gonna be less experience than just doing the normal stuff. Either way.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
What's up in this corner? Anything? No. I'll take a 3.
The shadow glares at your party, then suddenly lunges at you, as if to swallow you whole.
Oh, they're fast. That was rude.
Magnificent.
Missed too, that was fantastic. Let's see. This does 15 damage. You have 15 health here. Math. I am mad that that missed. Didn't matter.
Just as your battle ends, you hear the faint sound of a lock coming undone. It seems a door somewhere has opened.
Assuming there's a chest down here.
Don't hold back.
Oh, we're back to 2. Why can't I get these rolls when we play D&D when I do damage? My weapon does 2d6 damage and I never roll that high. Oh, that's great. Omnisolve. Fantastic. Over to the door.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
I'll fight you in a second. I should be a game dev. I always know where the chests are hidden. I will say this part of the game will be like 2 hours longer than what I'm gonna make it if you didn't run away from everything. Important. Let's do this.
A desire blocks your path. You ready your weapon, prepared to fight.
A lot of health. As long as he doesn't seal Laddie, I'm fine. Oh yeah, he can't be sealed. Keep trying that, please. Okay, he can be sealed. Fine, I don't need him for this fight anyways. This is all I need.
Fortune favors the bold. As the shadow disappears, you hear a door unlocking in the east.
There's the door.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens. And fight.
A 4. Okay. Honestly, anything less than a 5 has pretty good chances on 2d6. Let's go up first. Or not. I wonder if it's also based on how many enemies there are. Tell you the truth, I never ran away from a battle at all in the first game. Honestly, forgot it was a thing towards the end of it.
Accompanied by a shadow monster. Just as you're about to speak to him, though, the shadow swallows the man. You start to wonder if all the shadows here were humans engulfed in desire.
Probably.
While you are lost in thought, the desire rushes at you.
Damn it. I tried. Really just wanted to paralyze one of them just to avoid some damage. That sucks. Okay. Come on, roll 6. Okay. Technically break even because I get the gem on the end of the turn. Which is still enough to do this. Which is what I was hoping for.
Magnificent.
I need you to leave him alone, please. Of course, the one with the higher HP's got to do that. Okay, new target. New target. Gotta do that right now, though. Luckily, it's also the one that gives itself defense down. Yeah. I was gonna say, I have an attack that does 15 damage. Where is it?
After slaying the desire, you hear a noise from the south. It sounds like a new path has opened.
The Wraths. Ever since I was young, I've wanted to be the kind of woman everyone loves. The kind everyone trusts, who makes everyone around her happy. Everyone in the village yells at me. All I've done is foist the destiny upon me, and they dare berate me? Am I all that keeps them from death, the ungrateful cretins? Yeah, she sounds wrathful. Well deserved, but... Where's this door? It said south, right? Is it right here then? Visible confusion?
Show 'em what you got.
I can't stand here? Oh no, I can't stand there. I thought I couldn't stand there. Actually, hold up. Don't go there yet. Okay, never mind. You can go down there. Third and final level, hopefully? Really should have gone to the Pokemart and got repels. Yes, they do. I should probably actually watch the trailer for it. I haven't. I just saw everybody freaking out about the starters. Wow. I finally failed a 3. Can I try again? Okay, I need somebody to do the stats on that. Holy shit. This is a thing of principle now. I'm running from this fight. Can't roll a 2 on a 2d6s 3 times in a row. Okay. That like almost... That percentage is so small. A lot of dead ends. Can't believe I rolled 2 snake eyes in a row. This freaking bull. Okay, this time snake eyes doesn't matter. Okay, found
A
one.
black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons.
Yeah, AoE damage is just king down here.
Magnificent.
Hey, that's why we're gonna play it. You gonna do that too? No. Good, they missed. Gotta get the cheeky heal in there before the battle ends. She didn't even need healing in the first place, so it's fine that she leveled.
You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
Well, a chest down here or a shadow. There's something down here. Four. Roll the 12. I was gonna be very peeved if there wasn't a chest back here.
A black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons.
These things were weak to light, weren't they? Oh, 110. I guess the plan is to just... Oh, a hurricane now. I have the other two charge, and then Laddie should be able to do that again. Actually, I won't even need her to charge. She can just smack this one. Yeah, they had to get themselves back over 30, didn't they? Maybe it'll crit? Didn't crit. Oh well, it's fine, I can... No, I can't do that, I don't have the gems.
You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
Okay, that goes up. It's up here, though. Besides random encounters. There's always a random encounter when the chest pops up on screen. Always. I swear. That is one of the clutch things you use on the final boss right there. Instant gems. 3 gems plus whatever you roll. Okay, hold up. I have a feeling that this is either the final boss or will lead up to it. You... This... You two are fine. For now. What business do you have in the throne room? Know your place.
You can hear the desires ridiculing you.
Okay, I just didn't know if I could kill them. I can't. You're in the presence of the queen, you fools.
You ignore their scorn and continue forward.
Oh, I know who the queen is. Her mother.
Within the throne room, the Queen of Woe awaits. The queen reveals herself to
Oh no,
be none other
it is Lottie.
than
It's just
Relic.
Lottie
She
looking like
is
her
the
mother.
undisputed ruler of this domain.
Older
Indeed,
Lottie.
this world.
I never thought there would be any greedier than I in this land.
Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been. Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been swallowed by the stormy seas and echoes within your heads. She tells you that in the land of woe, greed is both grand and glamorous. For stealing the desires of my people, I sentence you covetous intruders to death, she decrees.
Rude. Okay.
The impact sends you flying. By the time you look up, you realize that the entire area is covered by a heart scar. This looks bad, Blight remarks in a trembling voice as he gets to his feet.
My hope.
A shadow, larger than any you've seen before, emerges from the heart scar, summoned by the Queen's screams. The shadow roars, its voice powerful enough to shake the castle itself before lunging at you.
$300. Okay.
Come on, you got this.
Okay, I wasn't gonna do water damage anyways. I doubt it was either. It's a horrible happenstance card. Now we might actually start with this time. Yeah, that's a good roll. Horrible damage, but attack's up for everybody now. Okay, just stab. I'm gonna have you... I want to see how it deals with dark damage. Okay, it's not... It's neutral to it, so that's good to know. You do that too. That'll be more. Yeah, I'll get you up to 39 instead. Now let's see what it does. Oh, that's horrible. Okay, don't use dark this turn. Anything to unfreeze? I don't think I do. I mean, I do. I have the panacea. Yeah, we'll use it. Freeze is very bad, so we'll use that. Ooh, yeah, we'll use fire on you. That sounds like a good plan. Fire always does a lot of damage. Okay, no dark, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna use a potion on him. And then you're gonna see what this thing, how this thing deals with lightning. Neutral, and that's 35 damage, okay. Random status element. Seal. Okay, I can unseal that, that's why we have those. Decrease dark damage again, so she's gonna unseal herself. Just gonna generate a gem. You are going to... No, we're not gonna power charge yet. Just do fire again. The Weed Kitty, I love that Gref. I can't decide if I like the Weed Kitty or Wario Duck more. Grass are normally always my favorite. But I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I actually did finish Sword. In the fact that I finished the normal story, there's a bunch of other stuff with it that I never did. Never finished Let's Go, and I didn't even get Diamond. I didn't even buy those. And I don't think I finished Sun or Moon either, so I know how you feel with the you get you get them and just never finish them. Do we pump you up again? Or do we just do Dark? No, we pump you up again. This guy's scary enough that just need to keep the attack up. Yeah, especially when he does that. I don't have anything to well, I do, but I don't want to use that item. I really don't want to use that item. In case things get worse. Just give me a gem. Power charge. Roll a 2, so we break even with it, essentially. And that sucks, I can't Hellfire because he's sealed. Do 15 dark damage. Or because he's frozen, not sealed. I don't even want to heal him because he's frozen. I might as well just let him die. And I can pick him back up. Oh, that's a lot of attack. Yeah, let's just drop the light damage down. Yep, weak to light. Crit, nice. Pretty much whoever he attacks is gonna die. Oh, everybody. Cool. It did 54 damage to him while he was frozen because freeze not only prevents the character from doing something, but essentially doubles all damage against them. He took 54 damage. Jesus. Okay, so a couple of things we're about to do here. First, we're going to revive him. Then we are going to... yes, I'm going to heal everybody. And then we're just going to slash so Laddie can do the light thing when we get back to her. I can afford to do this and her still be able to do it. Don't kill Laddie, don't kill Laddie. Frick. Oh, that miss was very important. Very, very important. I should be able to kill this round if I just attack. Oh no, it does never mind, it does have the defense up. But I can do this, so I might still be able to do it. Because this is just going to be a guaranteed 15, I think. I don't think... yeah, defense doesn't matter with that. Oh yeah, and then it's just... it's not get it to 0, it's get it low enough. Because it's not over yet. Yeah, I don't want that ability. That's a weird ability to learn almost last. I don't want a wind ability like that. I already have that on other characters.
The gigantic shadow begins to sway. This is it, you shout, and raise your sword in sync with Laddie's magic. But the queen appears and blocks your attack before it lands. This shadow is a manifestation of Laddie's greatest doubts. The queen worries over what will happen to Laddie's heart if that shadow should disappear. The queen decides to ask you a few questions to dispel the doubts at the heart of the domain's crisis.
Okay. Answer me this. What medicine does Laddie hate most? Should I have known this? Fuck if I remember. This one. I don't know.
Wrong, the queen says with how pitiful that you don't even know Laddie's likes and dislikes, she scoffs. before moving on to the next question.
Not sure if I was supposed to know that or if this you're just supposed to fail that too. What monster does Laddie fear most? I don't think I know that either. Say which one I fear most. It's this fucker.
No, no, the queen exclaims with a laugh. How cold-hearted you are not to know what she fears. She chides before moving on to the next question.
I don't think she could have told me she doesn't speak. What does Laddie hate most? None of them. Is... Yeah, she definitely doesn't hate any of them. Like, I don't even know who to even remotely choose here. Like, actually, none of them. We'll go with you, I guess.
You have no idea, do you? The queen scoffs. The queen's desire to eliminate you is readily apparent. You don't know if there was a correct answer among the ones she gave you.
There wasn't.
But she has proven her point. Perhaps you don't know Laddie as well as you should by now. I cannot leave Laddie's heart in your hands, she roars. That raging voice transforms into a tidal wave that rushes toward you.
Yes, artists go insane quickly
Swallowed
when they
by the
find
wave,
something they like.
the phantom
And
Onyx
something that
maiden
is an
and her
easy
attendant
muse.
vanish. You're pulled under the toe only seconds later.
Pull yourself together. Hello, Lack. Oh, I liked Queenie and Blight, though. They were strong AF.
When you come to, you find yourself in a familiar spire. It seems you were expelled from the heart's domain by the queen. You see Laddie snuggled up to Lack near the altar. You decide to go check on them. Lack lies there limply, like a stuffed animal without its filling. The self-proclaimed spirit risked its life to save you. If you had been swallowed by the wave, your consciousness may never have returned. You give Lack your heartfelt thanks for saving you. Lack trembles as it tries to speak. Laddie gazes upon the injured Lack with concern. It's coming, Lack proclaims in a faint voice. And then, everything falls quiet. An odd energy fills the spire. You place Lack upon the altar and head outside to find the source.
Not done yet. I think we're about to be. Or we're about to get our asses handed to us. Maybe a little both.
The sea falls eerily still, almost as if afraid of something. You realize that the strange energy you felt earlier is not only in the spire, but blankets the entire aisle. Feeling a tap on your shoulder, you turn to see Laddie as pale as a sheet. She points, and when you turn to see what she's staring at, you find your field
The
of
hell?
vision filled by a monster so big that it pierces the clouds. It's raging toward you, tearing through the sea as it does. You can't believe your eyes, but you know you can't stand still. We have to evacuate everyone, you say, then make for the village.
The jump ability has been disabled. Cool.
So the beast who ended all has finally reared its head, the old man remarks, calm despite the impending danger. Aside from the odd crying child, nothing seems amiss in the village. Nobody seems the slightest bit bothered by the monster. Omega Village, which has been without a maiden for years, seems overly accepting of its fate. You decide to speak with the mayor to learn how you might evacuate the people. You only hope he can be swayed.
Okay, jump ability's back.
It's been ages since you've seen the mayor, and yet he averts his eyes the moment you enter. Just like the other villagers, he seems to have accepted his fate. But why? You ask him why everyone is stubbornly just waiting for everything to come to an end. Because that is this village's fate, Grieth answers simply. You ask him if there is a way to evacuate the village, but he tells you there is no way off the island. You ask the mayor about the giant monster. He says it is called the Isle Eater. According to the maiden's myth, the calamitous beast has appeared since times of old to devour islands. You have learned nothing for all your effort. Perhaps feeling the same, Laddie rushes to the village entrance. You ignore Grieth, who tries to stop you both, and chase after Laddie. It seems unlikely that the villagers will flee the island, which leaves you with no choice but to slay the monster yourselves.
Hopefully I have enough stuff and didn't have to go buy anything. I think I'll be fine.
You and Laddie board the Bon Bon and point the prow toward the Isle Eater. The calamitous beast towers before you. Its sheer size makes you realize that there was truth to the myth. To save the village, you have no choice but to fight it here and now. You know it's reckless, but still grip your sword tightly.
We've come to help. Yeah.
A light flashes in the sky, and two figures appear. The Crimson Maiden Lavia and her attendant Gladio from Heroes Dominion. They claim to have seen the monster during a trade expedition and rushed over. You were joined unexpectedly by the Crimson Maiden and her attendant. With them, you may be able to save the island from disaster. You make for the monster's head and raise your sword up to the sky.
Oh yeah, it's one of these battles. The other game had one of these too, where there were multiple things to fight, and I'm sure if I kill the outside ones, they'll come back, and yeah, it'll be fun. No fire this turn, though. Let's just light everybody first, start it off nicely. Try to take out these things, see how this goes. A lot of attack. Damn it. Okay, that really sucks. I gotta not use that ability. That ability's horrible. You just provoke. Seriously? Curse? Okay, only one of them got cursed. That's better, I guess. He doesn't need healing right now, so I'm not gonna even worry about it. She kinda does, though, but... Well, he's no longer cursed. He's gonna die, frick. Oh, 1 HP. Okay, I had to know if I could paralyze it. Of course I can't. Why would I be able to? Now he's dead. Yep. I need to roll big on this. 6 is as big as you can roll, so yeah. It's fantastic. Needed that. Glad her evasion's high. Okay, one of them's gone. We'll see if they respawn like the other battle. I hope not. Hold on to the gems for a second. It adds 5 to attack for 99 turns. Okay. Yeah, we'll Mirage Burst these guys. Holy shit, that was a big number. That was 11. What's everybody's health look like? Okay. Flame rush this. Killed it, cool. So now we see if the boss does something special that it's just him. Just attack. Boss's defense is actually relatively low. It's just gonna be that 41 attack that's gonna be a problem. But if we keep provoking, I'll at least know who needs healed. Which he's probably gonna die. Or he's just gonna do damage to everybody and inflict curse. Luckily, most people resist curse and she died. Frick. Okay, problems. Especially because they have curse, that's a big problem. Did that remove from everybody or just one person? Occurs all allies of all. Yeah, it's everything, so I'm gonna have to use that. No. And I have to do this, get her up. Use you to cure the curse. If he does that again, we're screwed. I need to use an Omni heal. Still might not be enough. Okay, he's still alive, so I'll take that. Attack up's still there. Heal him.
Magnificent.
Restores 80 HP. Oh, you freaking jerk. Dice is rolled by all allies and enemies all land on a 6. I really hope he doesn't roll any dice coming up. That's horrible. Just charge. Oh, but that means this will roll on a 6. That's fantastic. That means this will roll on a 6 as well. It rolls on. Oh no, that must only be for d6s because that rolled on a 10, or maybe it just means max on the die.
Favors the bold.
Either way. Do I want to actually Mirage Burst right now? I don't think so. I want to heal her. So now I can do this instead, which ups defense. Provoke with you again. That resist was important. That's the only reason he's still alive. On roll greater than a 5. Thank you. Oh, not this again. Curse is so bad. Oh, happenstance card saved me. Curse is now gone. Okay, Omni heal. I at least got one more of those left. Flame rush him. Just deal damage. Or he heals himself again. We gotta keep the tank being a tank. Stop that move. Okay, good. Roll less than a 2. Or less than a 4. You rolled a 2. Give me one of these supreme ones. Why did that miss? It's bad. Can you actually do single target attacks so my provoke means something, please? No? You're just gonna spam that? Really hope this is the final fight for what I am about to do. Need gems. It's a lot of gems.
No matter how fiercely you assail the beast,
I'm not expecting that to happen. Now I regret using that.
Your allies are fighting their hardest, and yet it's still not enough.
Cannonball.
A gigantic cannonball sails through the air, crushing the monster's tentacles with a muffled crunch. You see that a single ship has fired the cannonball, and upon it, Grief is at the helm.
Oh wow.
Instructing
Did not expect
the
that.
Omega Islanders to fire shot after shot at the beast.
You won't have our home. We'll slay the monster. This isn't over yet. We can do this together.
For Laddie, the villagers shout.
The hell turned them around.
You feel your heart warm at those words. You had thought the villagers hated Laddie and wanted her gone. So why would they help you? Regardless of the reason, you can't deny how heartened you feel. You and Laddie look at each other and nod. You grip your sword with renewed strength, determined to cut through the threat, binding the Isle to its dreaded fate.
Okay. Really hope he doesn't end up killing everybody. Since I'm not healing right now. That's bad. He's gonna kill everybody. That freaking oh! Did not kill everybody. He's still alive somehow. Gotta be kidding me. Can we pull this out of our butt? Oh, it's my last raise too. You. I need you. He's got fire down and you have the fire attack that does a shit ton of damage. Oh, but of course he goes first. God damn it. Like, I had this and then he freaking paralyzes him and kills him again. Oh, that makes me so angry. Now I'm gonna have to do this all over again. There's no way for me to get anybody else back up. Healing me doesn't matter, so I guess we're doing it again. I am mad. That's so stupid. Like, also, what's stupid is the cannonball fires and it does no damage, too. Like, that's just, that is bad. I will literally, that is bad gameplay. Giving that one more try and then we're not finishing the game. Especially depending on, where's this? No, we want this autosave. Looks like I'm just gonna go buy 1,000,000 elixirs, 1,000,000 AoE heals. We're in here? It autosaved in here? Oh no, okay, we're done then. We'll finish this in March. I'm not doing all that again right now. That sucks, that's a horrible way to end that. But this has already gone an hour more than I wanted to today. Yeah, I will finish that either sometime in March or after March, because I guess this is a good time to talk about it as any, at least to bring it up the first time. Let's save this. Just so that's where that save is. close out. That sucks. Go to the title screen and let me see if I can at least open up the add the source and at least show everybody. So we're gonna be raising money for charity in March. Let's see, add an image. I want this. Okay, so you can see it on the screen. We're going to be raising money for the National MS Society in March. Most, if not all, of the streams that I do will be playing Hunt Showdown, and you can see the milestones we have and the incentive list. So for people not familiar with Hunt, before you start each game, you can essentially you build a load out of what you're gonna take into the match. There's tools, there's consumables, there's the weapons, and there's also just the hunter skin that you can use. So we have those incentives in place for essentially people to choose the style of gameplay we'll be doing, because depending on which weapons you have and which consumables, things change. And then you can also see our overall goal is 500, but on the way there, every $100 we'll do a game giveaway. I have a lot of game keys from Humble. We'll figure out at the time which one is the most appropriate to give away. And then if we make it to the $500 goal, I'll be doing a wood burning stream at a later date beyond that. We'll figure out what the theme of that will be if we make it to that goal. And then during that stream, we'll be giving that away in the chat. So look forward to it. And I hope everybody will be able to stop by, donate if you can. If not, please share, and then maybe other people can come in and watch, participate, whatever feels appropriate for them. Like I said, there'll be more information as we get closer. I'm not sure which day I'm starting yet. I was going to start on the 1st, but work has changed some things, and I'm probably going to be later that day than I intended. So we'll probably start sometime this week coming up, but I'm not exactly sure when yet. So be sure to follow at least the Twitter off of that list, and then also join the Discord if you're not already there. That'll be where all that information is disseminated. So look forward to seeing everybody. Sorry we didn't finish this today, but that right there is more triggering than me than dying to the same boss 50 times in Elden Ring yesterday. So yeah. But I hope we can all enjoy watching me play Hunt together. I haven't ever streamed it before, so hopefully that'll be something that everybody who at least stops by regularly can find some enjoyment in. And if not, at least be there for the good cause it'll hopefully support. But yeah, that'll be it for me today. I hope you all have a wonderful week coming up ahead, and I will see everybody soon. Take care.